Morning, guys. Is stream working? I can't tell. It's like not properly loading. It is? Okay, cool. And OBS, every time I launch it, just gets worse and worse. I don't know what is going on. The slow ODS is fine. I like it. But we gotta show interest above our value edge here in our 30-second opening range. This looks like we're gonna test day open on ES up into 380. Watching Russell here into day open as well. This is NQ into our value edge. We can show interest over 670. I think we can probably push to 700. But this is our seller here on NQ. Need to show a bit of interest above. We can show any interest over value. Should be able to push to 700 for sure. But if this holds, then we're just still trapped in balance. Just keep an eye on these reactions up into our highs.
United Air sees slowing in travel from Canada, Europe to the US.
My back hurts. It's 670 offer holding so far. ES holding our edge high at day open. Watching our Russell test here into previous low. See if we can find a bounce on this POC shift at 620s on NQ. Just POC of last candle. We push down, just watch to see if we can find a bid.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says we are just as worried by inflation being above 2% as it being below 2%.
Good bounce on Russell. Excuse me. So this is NQ. So far, showing interest at our opening range high. Not bad. Need to see it clearly push over 670 though for me to care. Same thing with ES and RTY over our 30-second opening ranges. If we want more, or we're just going to rotate through. Yeah, for sure, man. It's it should be pinned, but here's there you go. Yeah, no problem, man.
Macklem says the use of the word decisively is not code word for anything. World Bank's Banger says nations need to negotiate and engage in dialogue on trade issues. The quicker we do it, the better. Macklem says if situation over tariffs becomes clearer, we can go back to having base case projection.
This
Malcolm
is
says,
our
I have to be
POC
flexible
shift
and
on
adaptable.
NQ at 620. We have quite a bit of selling pressure above us. It's going to be a bit tough to do anything here unless we can see like a very clear bid and shift back over this seller here that we've got on footprint. We'll keep an eye on the reaction here at 620, but I'm thinking that we're going to have to retest this absorption that we saw into 600 if we don't see like a very clear bid and pop over 655 from here. We'll keep an eye on this edge for the reaction, but it's not looking too promising as of yet. Need to see something like this, basically. We're going to go up from here, or rotating through this makes a bit more sense. Just keeping an eye on it.
Bank of Canada's Deputy Governor Rogers says it's premature to read anything structural to what we're seeing on the markets.
I'm just watching for our offer as we come back up into 650. Again, bounce 620 off our POC shift. Offer sitting up here into 50. That would be our lower high. Then we don't have to figure out where we're headed. Morning, Sauce.
Tesla's California registrations in Q1 down 15.1% from a year ago. And Tesla's California EV market share down to 43.9% in Q1 from 55.5% from a year ago.
Yeah. They're a bit large today. This NQ one is insane. It's that lower high that I was worried about on NQ. Watching Russell into our previous low here. Bottom 30-second opening range, and Russell into our halfway back. This is just where we saw our seller get absorbed last. It's really important that the bid is able to pretty clearly get over 50s from here. Or I'm a bit worried that we put in another lower high into like 37 here now on NQ, and then we have to test our 600 low. If sell side gains pressure below 600, I really think that we do the full rotation back down to our value low, down into 570. So I'm a bit worried about that right now. This is our second lower high. Right, so this is our first indoor offer. We're now holding our edge as resistance, and we need to see a very clear bid step in here to continue to absorb this seller who's trying desperately to push below this. If we can do that and get back above, we're in an okay spot. If this fails here and we start to do this rotation down, where this 600 edge goes resistance, thinking that we have to come down into this. So just keeping my eye on it. This is just purely off of footprint. Really want to see buyers interacting here. Good bid at our previous absorption at 600s, rotation back up to our offer at 630, 640. See if we can get through.
Says that Canadian financial institutions are well capitalized and have some room to absorb volatility.
Yeah, its problem is that there's just so many offers above that we're gonna have to push through. If you don't get in at that 600 absorption, there's not a great entry for you above until we show like a clear break of the downtrend. It's just like this has to be your first risk off into this 30 to 40. Same thing with like Russell now testing our previous low again. We can build out a higher low here. It's not terrible, but we still need to show a bit more from buyers. But I mean, it's 30 points up from 600, which is not bad. Just need a bit more now.
Fitch Rating says deep cuts to growth forecasts as global trade wars escalate.
$20 seconds till new 15s. Can someone try to type in YouTube chat for me, just to make sure that it's working?
We have posted out the piece on the Financial News feed for you to read through. Again, Fitch Ratings has sharply lowered its forecast for growth in response to the severe escalation in the global trade war.
Thanks, guys. All right, so pretty strong reaction off of our 600s, rotation up and our 50 again.
2025 is expected to remain positive at 1.2%, but was slow to a crawl through the year to just 0.4% year on year in the fourth quarter 2025.
Not bad, not bad.
China's growth is forecast to fall below 4% this year and next, while Eurozone growth will remain stuck well below 1%. World growth is projected to fall below 2% this year, which would be the weakest since 2009, excluding the pandemic.
See what happens into our edge retest.
Fitch still expects the Federal Reserve to wait until the fourth quarter of this year before cutting rates despite deteriorating US growth outlook. Fitch Ratings cuts short-term oil price assumptions and maintains gas prices. And they also say we now expect deeper rate cuts from the ECB in emerging markets. So again, Fitch says we now expect deeper rate cuts from the ECB and in emerging markets. Macklem says giving false sense of precision would be a disservice. Fitch Ratings says that we expect some additional US tariff revenues to be recycled back into the US economy over the next 18 months, including through tax cuts.
Need to show interest back over this 630, or this will be our lower high. 630, 640, if this holds offer on this look back below, I'm thinking downside pathing might play. Need to see that weakness below 600s, just for clarity's sake, but it's pretty clear seeing that where the offer is sitting above us. So if this holds now and this buyer's gone at 630, I'm thinking we might have the downside leg. Very tight range right now. Just waiting on Russell's reaction, seeing if it can hold the higher low or not. ES looks fine. It's just chopping though. If Russell rejects this VWAP for a third time, that's when we'll run into issues where this is going to just need to do this rotation down.
World Bank's banker says higher tariffs create friction that leads to lower transparency and growth.
I'd be a lot more comfortable looking for shorts under this on any sort of like look back in that we can play this down. But again, like our offer should be sitting at the 630. That's our first area of interest here. I think this is a great first risk off if you're playing off of 30s on NQ. We look for a slight relief bid here and then a offer into this 600, 613 for a secondary move down. So just keeping an eye on this test below. See if we get a secondary leg or if we can rotate back through. We'd like to see the sell side really try to hammer this edge where this buyer was previously on any sort of retest in. If they fail there, it's just going to trap. All right, let's see what they do. Again, this is where we need to see a secondary offer step in for a lower high. Or we're just going to trap into this low, which is why it's our first risk off. We need to see a very clear flip below the 600. Without it, it's just going to rotation up. Offer sitting at 30. If buyers want to continue to hold this 20 to 30 as supportive, we're in an okay spot. If we start to see any weakness here, then it's just a edge retest and then a rotation back down. So really need to see a pretty supportive bid step back in here off of our recovery of 600s and now testing into our previous offer. Right, if we can hold where this offer was last and now bid here, in an okay spot for a rotation up into our 50 to 70 again. Need to see it step in pretty clearly. There's a lot of pressure above that we need to push through before we have clarity. Russell looking up. See if this bid can happen here at 20 to 30 or if it flips offer again.
Malcolm says we did consider two options: hold rates or cut by 25 base points.
Man, and it's going to be so nice when we're out of this range.
Bank of Canada's Rogers says some governing council members were more optimistic that we won't see big upward pressure on inflation. Russia's Putin says Russia and China have grandiose plans in space. It's according to Interfax.
50 seconds till new 15s. Not a lot going on here. Found our bid at 20 to 30 on NQ. But need to see this lift back over 50s to retest into 70, or there's just not a lot here. Very choppy. Five seconds. God, we gotta get out of here.
That concludes a press conference with Governor Macklem. Putin says that Russia has plans to explore deep space, both Moon and Mars, according to RIA News.
Just like before, you need to see interest below 600s from a downside, or this is just bottom of balance. Same as before. Very clearly, seller sitting at 650 to 670 on NQ. This is just like incredibly range bound. But 600 needs to flip offer for more downside. Or it is just bottom balance. I still think 20 to 30 is a good flip auction. It's just your mid pivot between these 2 points. If sell side serious, right, that'll hold us offer on retest. If bid flips it, then we look for upside rotations. It's one of those things where like we can see where I guess I'm gonna call them like middle participants. Those in the center who are trying to push us outside of our edges are trying, right? So when we look in or look above, we're looking for this to be supportive as a bid. And when we look below, we're looking for offer to try to sit here for rotations down, right? So we have two parties that are basically influencing this middle section and trying to shift value from this high edge to step in for sellers, moving that price down. That would look like this, right? Lower high here. And then that would continue on a push back into the 600 for another lower high. So just as we push into this is always going to be your first risk off from our edge. If you are playing for this rotation up, right, you have to risk off into your mid pivot. If we can go supportive with it, then you can play up into our high edge. But you should be expecting that there's influence here from both participants, right, our seller and our buyer in the middle, trying to shift value. Why it always is a nice risk off while we wait and figure out which way we're headed. If you're getting chopped up in this area, there will be a much better opportunity once we break out of our ranges here. Just be patient. But if you're comfortable trading balance, like we have two very clearly defined edges, and you again are just taking off some risk into the mid, and then you're waiting for a breach off of either edge. Once we break out of this range, things will be much clearer. Russell attempting our highs, ES flat, NQ flat. Chop, chop, chop. I hate short weeks, man. Back into our top edge here. See if we can flip this 50 to 70, or if offer sits here, persists. Russell leading up, hopefully a good sign. See if NQ can follow. Again, if we can flip the 70 as supportive, targeting 700. Need to show very clear interest above, or offer just sits here and absorbs. Nice. Should risk off a little here into 700. See if we can get more. Got a VPOC that we can take out, and previous day POC on Russell. I think that's a good target. This is a good one on an ES as well. What we'll want to see is RTY show interest here, and then rotation up like that, and then we can watch for more. 700, really good target. Now let's see if we can flip this as supportive. I'm looking to close out one more NQ as Russell rotates into previous day POC, and then I'll leave a runner. As long as we can build up here, I'm not incredibly worried about NQ. It's a really nice pop off of that break of balance. But if Russell loses momentum, we might need to chop it up here in yesterday's 30-second opening range. Man, it pays to play the edge. I think we test that VPOC at 92.5. From there, I'm not sure what happens. I'm at 1. I'm leaving 1 runner, 600 average, 603 really. But just playing our lower edge, understanding that's where our bid was. We can build here. We're not in a bad spot. So this is that target that I was talking about on Russell. Again, I've risked off 2 of my contracts. I have 1 left. We'll see if we can build up here or if this is our loss of momentum. Not a lot of structure to play off of. So just really paying attention to see if our bid will stick here at 700s on NQ. If so, should be able to continue up. Got a decent amount of liquidity below us that we can just look for a flag to develop out here. Definitely pulling back off of this loss of momentum into our VPOC up here on Russell, which is what we thought would happen. But now, again, let's just see if we can develop out a higher low and a flag for buyers to play off of. $40, still need 15s. Ay, ay, ay. Nice, good job. Yeah, patience pays, right? Congrats on the 1K. Again, not a lot of structure here for NQ to play with. Just gotta wait and see where this, how much of this is we're gonna have to retrace. I'm hoping that Russell can hold this low, right, into our previous day value low here and find a bid or a flag. But if sell side starts getting a bit more traction, we might need to retrace a bit more of this move. Again, there's just no structure off of the squeeze candle, so just watching our value edge as we push back into this on NQ and then see if we can recover this 700. Something like this would be fun. I'm not too worried about it, but we just gotta wait for Russell to find a low, and then we'll get another leg. Let's see how we interact here into our value edge on NQ. is Russell into our lower edge and Q into our value. Not a lot of buying yet that I'm seeing. Need to see a bit more, or offer can still push this down. Gotta show interest over 700, so this will be your lower high. Or probably a rotation down to like 650 would be my guess. So we'll see if we can flip it or not. This was our bounce that we were looking for, but now we got to get back over this, or again, we'll probably do something like this. Let's see what our interaction is here. And again, just like an easy visualization is just like, where would our downtrend break and where was our last bid, right? So if offer wasn't going to be anywhere, you would expect them to be where this buyer was offsides, right? So when we just look at it like that, we're like, oh, okay, well, we need to clearly recover this if we want to go up, or we should expect our lower high to be here, where our offers are trying to shift value from below. Hopefully we're in an okay spot, though. Again, Russell just holding our lower edge. Need to see a break of our downtrend, though, and for this to rotate up, ideally. Without that, it's just going to be lower highs across the board. Ooh, cancel. Need some new music. What news do we have for the rest of the day? We got a lot or no? Let's see. Hammock, Bond, Powell, Trump. All right. Offers holding across the board. Not great. Retesting our lows here. Thinking if we don't see like a pretty strong bid at our bottom here on NQ and get back over 700s, we are most likely rotating down into 650. So need to see a very clear bid and push. Russell still holding higher lows. It's fine. But RTY can oscillate in between this 92 and 88, while NQ fills this lack of structure. So it can keep falling even if Russell's holding up here. So we really want to see Russell show a bit more strength and test our upper edge. While NQ double bottoms, that's the most bullish scenario here. If we don't see that and we see weakness on Russell and weakness on NQ, right, then we're going to need to retrace a lot more of this squeeze. And that would, again, it's just a rotation back to 650, which it feels like it's becoming more and more likely. Sadly. Holding our double bottom so far on NQ. See if we can actually bounce here. Not enough information for me to make a decision off of as of yet. What we do know is we have an offer. I can at least draw this out for you of what I see. We have a very clear offer at 715. And we have a buyer that was absorbed into 705. On retest, we've got a very clear pivot to play around. And we can actually move this just down to 700s because it was from 705 to 700 that they were absorbed. And we know exactly where our bid needs to step above and show supportive now for upside, or expect your offer to be sitting here. And what do we know about what's going on below us? Well, we know that we have a very clear bid here from 45 to 50. And just playing around this, seeing if we can find a buyer. We know that sell side is maintaining our downtrend. And that we have our value edge to play off of around here. So just watching our interaction into this low on NQ. For more upside, we're gonna have to see a very clear bid into this and then rotation over this for our secondary leg. If sell side holds here, right, probably be looking for a retest of this and then a rotation through. That'd be my guess. With our value edge then holding as resistance. This would be your downside play for a rotation through our balance. Why can't I draw an arrow? Okay, there we go. So just keeping an eye on this. See if our bid can be found here. Or if it flips support resistance. Says yes into our value edge and 30-second opening range high. And NQ into our buy side liquidity. We can see our offer has stepped down to 686. $677. So now we've got the secondary seller sitting here. Russell no low. Who's calling me? Always a spam call. When in doubt, it's spam. You probably have another 30 points, Sauce. I don't know why we wouldn't hold value high as resistance here for a rotation back down to POC. Like if we cared about our value high edge, we would have held it. But now that we're below it, it's just a rotation down to NQPOC. This 620 is not a bad place to look for buyers, but we got to get back over our edge or anything more, or it's just going to be our next rotation down. So this is our POC on NQ off of our failure at our value edge. We're now watching for a offer to be sitting here. As we push into this edge, we look for sell side to be pretty present. If we can do that, then we do our full rotation of our lower balance. If we can find support here, we want to see a very clear flip back above before we take any positions. This is just a super slow grind down, taking out all of that squeeze liquidity and rotating back down to our supportive hold. I don't think that there's anything incredibly bearish about this overall move. It's just we had zero structure on NQ, and it's just like a very slow grind down back to where we actually had buying participation here at 620 at POC. If we can get back over our value edge, probably break highs would be my guess. If our value edge holds as resistance, then it's just a return back into this garbage balance. So it's super important to see how we interact here. Expect your offer into this 50 to 70, just like last time. If this 50 to 70 holds and we rotate below 620, we then look for that offer at our 620, 630 pivot. This is the same range that we literally just played, right? So 50 to 70, very clearly offer. 20 to 30, very clearly our mid pivot. If we flip below our 20 to 30, we should expect a rotation back down to our 600, where we found our bid last. Let me move this over just so it's clear. I should have said something. It's kind of on
Just a
me.
reminder, in about 10 minutes time, we're expected to get comments, text, and a Q&A from Fed's Hamac speaking on Fed 101 in a moderated Q&A at an event in Columbus, Ohio.
The old Columbus, Ohio. So this is Russell back down to our buyer and our 30-second opening range. We hold this day open to previous high as supportive and find a low here, or we're just doing full rotations through balance. This is kind of like buy side's last chance as ES pushes into view up. We're just not seeing a bid. Like, it's just that simple. The bid is just non-existent.
About $3,323.47 an ounce.
So we're just slow grinding down until someone cares. See if Russell can breach this and get back up, or if this is just going to be another lower high. This is like the first buyer that I can actually visually see, and he just got absorbed into 30. So it's just like we see if we can get over, or if he continues to if sell side continues to just show an aggressive push below. But so far, this buyer at 20 to 30 is just screwed. Watch your offer into 380 as we push on ES into our day open, 78 to 80 for a lower high. Need to see a very clear flip above that on ES. Jesus. Buyer still just getting absorbed into the 620, 630 on NQ. Offer trying to step down here at 610s now. As we push down into our 600, 605, I think this is a great risk off if you're short from our top edge and rotation through.
Video, we'll post it out on the feed for you shortly.
If we can show interest below this, 600, then we can have more downside. But remember, this is just where we originally bid. So this is just our bottom edge where we know that there was a buyer previously. So we want to respect it. And if we can offer below, sweet, right? Like then we can get more downside. But we want to see how we interact here first. So at least move stops down, even if you're not looking to close. You just want to watch as Russell pushes into VWAP. It is a very likely bounce point on RTY, right? So we know that this is our lower edge on NQ, and we know that Russell's coming back into a very potentially supportive area.
That Hamak will be speaking on the Financials News feed for you to watch.
If we can flip below, again, not a terrible place to reload for short. If we can show where our buyers were previously as resistance, right, that'll be a very nice retest from below and then a continuation down. But we got to see it first. Until proven otherwise, this is where the bid will be resting, right? Once we see that secondary move below it, though, that will be a really nice short continuation. But we gotta see like this look under and then a very clear shift. Or again, your bid's just going to be resting here, and then it's just going to be this rotation again. I have no concept of like what a TV costs. I'm not sure. Oh, TradingView? I mean, the 80% off sale is good. It's very similar to the Black Friday one. Oh, yeah, sorry. I was like, I don't, no clue. I feel like TVs, like actually, like actual TVs now are like $200 or like $20,000. Like there's not really an in between. Like they've gotten so cheap and also so expensive.
One minute ago now, we're expected to get text and Q&A from Fed's Hamak. Remember, the video is out on the feed as well.
This is our value low on NQ. I would like to see a very clear offer at 600 now that we've looked below if we're going to get continuation down. We can see sell side really trying to aggressively hold this edge as well. We want to see this offer if it's going to continue below. Again, this is incredibly important for offers to push below and show a willingness to hold at this 590, 600 area. If we can do that, then downside is very likely. If we fail to shift value here, then our bid's going to be pretty drastic with the amount of selling pressure that is attempting to shift value, right? So say
10
this
seconds.
doesn't work, what are we looking for? Well, we're going to be looking for this offer that's resting here, right, into this pocket to go supportive again, and then we can play this up, putting pressure on these guys
Fed
into our
Sadok
low.
says that I see strong case to hold policy steady for now. Policy patience will allow Fed to gather more data on the economy. Current restrictive monetary policy is needed to lower inflation. High inflation and slow growth would present a challenge to Fed policy. If growth falters and inflation eases, Fed could cut rates even quickly. If the job market holds and inflation rises, more restrictive policy path is needed. Being slow and reacting correctly is better than going too fast. The Fed is in a position to take time to assess data amid great uncertainty, and will take time to gauge the impact of tariffs on the economy. Recent market stresses have been somewhat unique. Financial conditions have tightened, and there's more work to do to get inflation to 2%. The economy started the year strong, but recent signals are mixed.
Fight the battle here at this 590, 600. A great first risk off if you're playing off of the 590 to 600 offer. I think we head down to 535 personally, but we have a bit of a bid here at 58. Just doing what we thought it would, right? As soon as we flip below 600s, we got a nice little reaction. I'm taking off some size here and am now moving stops down. Just in my average down now. From 700s now in from 600. or sorry, 590 is my average. Off of the flip. So, took off my full size now from 700, now just in this average of 590. If we can hold, awesome. If this slips back, then I'm not really looking for much more here. Again, the reason why we took some profit off here is this is where our last buyer was. We took in, what, 660 or 738 lots at 565? So this buyer is still very present here into our lows. Very good chance that we punish if we pop back over 600s with this guy who's offsides down here. So that's why we took off a little risk. Now it's just a matter of, can we flip back over this or not? I think the chances are pretty high that we punish this guy, at least for a pushback up to 620, 630, but we'll see.
US plans to use tariff negotiations to isolate China.
I could see something like this playing out if we don't just see a super strong rejection here, which is we've pushed into this liquidity below. We're now looking for this to flip as supportive, and then we look for a lower high to be put in here, and then we look for this to go offer again.
So just
Something like that.
Again, it does seem to be put out by mistake by a major news wire there.
But I hope by mistake is crazy. Okay. So let's see what happens. Unsure. All we know is that someone got absorbed into like that 60-65, and we know that there's a strong seller here at this 590 to 600. So we've got two levels to play around, and we know that our next pivot above is just that absorption that occurred into 620, 630. So those are I really don't have a ton of levels here. We have 3 ones to play off of. Notice like again, like this is what my actual trading chart looks like, right? The same levels that I just mentioned. Like we're only looking at these 3 areas for me personally. And then like up here, there's nothing. It's just slow grind down back up to our 700. So like if we can flip this, then I'd be looking for longs again. Until then, this is just like a very choppy balance that we traded in earlier today. So see if this flips back below. If it does, then we can head down to 30s. And then if below 30s, then it's just downside for the rest of the day, I would guess. But this is going to be a battle here. So a bit unsure. Either I get stopped out or I don't. We've moved the average down, so there's not much more I can do.
Regards to that headline, it was 17 hours old, but just being put out again from a major news source.
I moved my stop up a bit to 605. We'll see what happens here. I really think that if we recover the 600 edge, we trade up to 630, but I'm going to give myself a little bit of leeway, just 5 more points. I had my stop at 600s, so I don't know if it'll make a difference. I feel like if we can flip over this, the bid gets pretty excited, but the offer flipping here and shifting value below this 590, 600 is just so bearish if we can hold it. So I want to make sure that I give myself a little leeway and just let this play out. As you can see, we're just holding POCs as resistance here and really showing the shift of value. If we can ever lift back above this, right, then we have a lot of ammo to play off of for trap sellers into our lows. But if this continues to hold, right, then we want to have size on still where we can play this rotation down. So again, just giving myself a little bit more leeway off of my average down, and we'll figure it out from there. I don't think there's anything wrong playing with that 10 points of risk off that 590, 600. But we got to show interest below that 560, or there's just not a lot here. Just another balanced trade between our two yellow zones. Things to keep in mind. ES holding our 30-second opening range low as resistance, right? Continuing to fail. But we are holding our value edge, right? So just a very tight range in between our opening range low and our value low. If we can show interest below this, right, and breach below our value, should be able to get downside continuation. I just don't know if this is going to hold. I almost feel like we need to trap above first and then do this move. That to me feels a lot more comfortable. But if sell side is like really adamant about holding this edge, then, you know, to each their own. Like, I'm already in a position, so it's not that big of a deal. But I think that this is a lot more healthy if we trapped up here first and then looked back below, personally. But we'll see what happens. Russell, just flat, right? We need to see this breakdown. Just trapped in our 30-second opening range. So as long as this is doing that, I don't have a ton of reason to think that we get some crazy breakdown. But if Russell starts to show weakness, right, into our day open and VWAP now that we're below it, and we start to show clear interest below our 30-second opening range, then we can do some pretty clear rotation stack down to our value low edge on RTY down at 76.6. But until then, like, you're just kind of trapped here. And so there's no reason to really expect more downside on Russell until we show that weakness below our previous low. That's at least how I view it. So, yeah, I mean, we're just going to oscillate our 30-second opening range until we see that offer clearly flip below. Very clearly, there's a seller at 590 to 600. We've mentioned that since the open. That was where the bid was absorbing. We've now seen that our offer is very clearly trying to shift it. If they succeed in shifting it, then downside flush is like almost certain. If they fail here, right, it's just going to be rotations back up to our 20 to 30 and then our 50 to 70. Yeah, I kind of think that we have to do it. Especially with how we're just like not moving here. Like, sure, we're holding the shift of value, but like we're not showing a ton of interest below as of yet. So maybe trapping above is what's needed first before we actually get the downside. I don't know. I'm not gonna like close my position. I'm just gonna take the stop if it hits. But the longer that we sit here, the more likely I feel like we got a trap above before we go down. Especially with the flat Russell. If Russell was like breaching and was leading this sell, then I'd be way more bearish here. But with like a flat Russell, it's just like, I don't know, man. Just gets a little precarious. Mm-mm-mm. For my YouTube chat enjoyers, do you guys like being able to see Discord on the stream? Or is it just noise? I added that yesterday. Sadly, you can't see the pictures that go with the text, but at least you can see it so that you have a bit more context for the things that I'm talking about. Yeah, true, sir. Too small. Damn, okay. Yeah, it's hard to figure out a spot for it, to be honest. Retesting this absorption down here on NQ into our 60, 65. They gotta show like real size down here and flip this, or we're just going to find another bid. Very curious to see what our reaction is. I think this is a great first risk off if you are playing off of 590 to 600. If we can flip below, then great, amazing. But until then, I gotta see it to believe it. Just like so clearly, someone sitting here at 65. And Russell isn't showing any of the signs that we would need for the breakdown of that 65 as well, right? Like Russell testing our top of our 30-second opening range. Maybe we get weakness here, but again, without Russell breaking down, like the sell narrative just does not make sense to me. Without having to like trap someone up higher. It just looks like chop until Russell figures out direction. Bid really trying to step up here on NQ. Buyer at this 90, 95. See if they can actually do it or if they just get absorbed here again. Unsure. But they are trying. That is for sure. Yeah, sitting at this 95. Oops, sorry. It's probably loud. Retesting our buyer here. See if they flip this back below. I'd expect a bid here and then a retest of our 90-95 as offer again if this was actual absorption. Just like our pathing shows, this secondary leg down, we need to see sell side show a lower high here. So we'll be watching for something like this now, if it's going to hold. This is just such a tough level to try to play around. If you're trying to open a new position. Again, if sell side's serious here, we expect this to hold a lower high with this look below. You need to see this high maintain if sellers are going to hold this. And then it would just be a rotation back down. You're watching for something like this. If the bid can get over that 600 again,
But Hamak says it's not appropriate
no
to
sell.
respond to every twist and
We
turn
have
around
to
this.
go back up to 30s first before. $10 till new 15s. Keep an eye on Russell. What's it doing? Is it showing any weakness? I don't see it yet, right? Need to see a bit more on RTY to show that weakness. If you want downside. If we get back over our value edge on RTY, again, just don't see it.
On how markets impact the economy and not focus on asset prices per se.
Need to see very clear sell side absorption into this 90 to 600 and stop above 606 if you're going to try to short or rotation down.
Hamak says it's going to take time to see how trade policy is impacting the economy.
I'm going to make this a straight path that I don't have to keep redrawing this garbage. And then
Hamak says the right thing
this.
might be to stay on hold for now. Steady policy is the active choice.
Without Russell weakness, this sell isn't going to work. Again, I'm just going to keep reiterating that we're going to need to trap into 30s first if Russell continues to maintain highs. We need to see very clear look below 90s, and then we need to see that offer slap this thing down with Russell following. Or we're going to grind back up to our last value. Holding POC so far, previous candle. Russell holding our top edge. We gotta see this thing step down, or again, we're just rotating back up to our last value edge.
Fed's Hamak says when things are uncertain, it's better to think about scenarios over forecasts. Also seeing the S&P 500 extending declines, last down 1.2%. Fed's Hamak says sustained tariff battles could create more extended pressures. Hamak says like going into every Fed meeting with an open mind.
Huge open mind. Russell leading up. Again, need to see this step back below and make this buyer who's here offsides. We need Russell follow through. We get that, we're good. We don't get it, we're not good. Watching retest now of where our bid is. See if we can step below. Watch our 95. Offer should be sitting there. Back to our POC here, previous candle. Same as before. We just want to see the offer sit here now that we've looked above. Right? Very important on this look above that we now hold this as resistance. This is where we expect a slight bid to be, but we want to see the offer step down. Watch Russell. What is it doing? Is it showing the weakness that we want? We want to see a lower high now and then a hold of this for a continuation down. We get actual movement when Russell can breach out of ranges and show a shift of value. See our reaction back into our POC view up. If we don't just hold this edge. If you're short off of the flip back below 90, this is your first risk off into 65. We need to see increased pressure below. Once we see that, we make our value edge resistance, and then we continue downward.
According to CBP, they say the latest tariffs have generated $500 million, well below Trump's estimate. So U.S. Customs and Border Protection told CNBC department the department has collected more than $500 million under Trump's latest tariffs. Trump has repeatedly said that the U.S. is taking in $2 billion per day from tariffs. CBP says that the average $250 million a day was collected even during the glitch that impacted freight already on the water.
Watch as Russell pushes down into target. Into our lower edge now. Offer sitting at 55, 65. See if we can make a push below like we have pathed for the continuation trade. Really be careful as Russell comes into our value low edge for a potential bounce.
Ed Samak says it's key for the Fed that they keep inflation expectations contained.
Okay.
Hamak says that I'm hearing lots of uncertainty from businesses about the economy.
Here's our Russell VWAP test, boys. See if we offer here.
Hamak says that trade policy is up to elected officials and the Fed navigates the impact of those policies.
We have 45 seconds until new 15s. If sell side serious, we'll hold this 509, 600 area for a lower high or a
Hamak
rotation
says
back down.
businesses unaffected
If
by tariffs may raise prices too.
this is just a balance trade still, we have failed at the lows, pushed into our low, recovered our 65, rotated through balance, right? Now what are we watching for from here? We're looking for a lower high to be put in, right? We've got this guy who's offsides. We've done this rotation. We've found a secondary buyer. We are now watching to see if we can put in a lower high and then do the secondary move down, or if this is going to flip and go supportive, right? What's our catalyst? Well, ideally, right, we see RTY show this as resistance if we're going to go down. Right, we see our offer sit here for the same potential play, which is a rotation and then something like this. So we'll see what happens. It is in seller's court, but this is top of balance, and we look for our lower high here and any sort of balance setup off of the recovery of our edge. Do we get this? Do we see these interactions? I feel like I draw them out every day. Surely we see them at this point, right? Yeah. Keep drawing them. Yeah, okay. We got to see our lows taken out here, or it's just a rotation. This should be your first risk off if you are playing off of the 590, 600 again. Russell following us, rejection to VWAP. I'll keep drawing them, but like I want you guys to like visually see them, right? Like you should be able to be like, oh yeah, like we found a higher low here. We rotate back up to our offer. This guy's offsides, right? Like you want to like be able to go through in your head the same process of like, okay, well, we didn't hold our lows, right? Like we didn't see a shift of value at our low edge. So where are we headed if we didn't see a shift of value? Well, probably back to POC of the previous candle, right? And then we look to see if an offer's there. Yeah. It's like if value was unable to shift at our lows, then we're going to go back up to where the seller was last. And it's like, okay, well, if that's the case, then we know that we have a scalping range from 90 to 600, right, to our 65 to 50. So we look for our offer here. We have 10 points of risk, and then we look for rotations down. And like the only way we get our secondary leg is once we actually see our offer step below this and show this as resistance. Right? We need to see that flip, and then we can go to take out our ETH low. Until then, like the bid is just going to look to absorb into this, and then we look for the recovery and then the rotation through. Without that shift of value, like you're just kind of screwed here trying to short the low. And again, like the thing to always keep in mind is like, is the Russell moving with us? Do we have full market participation in the sell, or is it mixed? What are the odds of my trade being successful if we have a mixed market compared to a full participation in the sell or the bid or the buy, right? How much
recent market moves are somewhat unusual and hard to interpret.
How much do my odds change, right? What's the difference in my setup ranking if I only have NQ participating and Russell's flat or diverging completely, right? Like how does that affect my setup? When does it play out the most, right?
Hamak says market-based inflation expectations are well behaved. Hamak adds that it looks like inflation expectations are reasonably close to desired levels. Minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the US with their 20-year note auction. So with the 20-year note auction, they're looking to sell $13 billion in the 20-year bond reopening. Fed Hamak says, I don't know what to make of stock declines and yields rise. So the prior bid cover of 2.78 for the 20-year and a prior high yield rate, prior high yield of 4.632%. This is according to JP Morgan strategists. They say in a late Tuesday note predicted a smooth auction based on high yields and cheap valuations and improving technical backdrop. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 18.2k classic bond futures contracts as a possible source of demand for the auction.
Listen, like, I don't win every trade, right? But we have very clearly defined levels, and we have a range to play. So, like, when I show you stuff like this, where it's like, I say over and over again, like, I think we're going to have to trap someone above for this rotation down. Like, we got to keep an eye on that, especially when we don't see, like, the offer immediately rest. But, like, there's nothing wrong with attempting it, right? We just have to flip when we're wrong. So when I see, right, like, this is me trying to move my average down from 700s above, I'm now attempting here again at this edge. And, like, this would have played over and over again, but I was looking for more, right? So I'm fine stopping out on these because I understand that this is going to flip and we go supportive, or we look for our offer here and then I just play the look back in, right? There's nothing wrong with playing this move if we know that an offer is sitting here, right? I'm fine attempting this edge. And then if, like, this fails, we get our look over, right? My stop resting at 606 here. I'll just wait for us to look back in, and then I'll just play this rotation back down. This loss does not matter because we play this attempt back down and make up for it immediately, right? Like, it's just be mechanical. Like, as long as you are playing within your risk and you have an idea of what you're looking for, shit like this doesn't matter. It does not matter at all, right? Like, it will even out and your curve will still look like this. But if, say, like, you do short this high, you don't stop out, now you're just off sides while we squeeze up, right? But if you are willing to flip on your edge on our look back in, like we have drawn here with our P&L box and what we're looking for, then, like, we know where our target is. It's down into this lower edge. And we're not looking for more until we actually show that shift. But, like, I'm just playing edge to edge. Like, this isn't any, like, nothing's new here. Shit. Right, like, does it make sense to look for a short as we push down into this edge? Hell no. This is a bid. Right? This is where we need to be taking profit. When is this a short? Well, when we look over or look below, right, and start to see any sort of interest down here, and then we look for the reoffer, right? We look for that shift of value as we approach back in. Then we can look for more downside, right? But without that look below, without showing any interest down here, this is just going to be a bid for rotations up. What happens if, let's say, we look below and then we see buyers do this? Well, we're then going to head back up, right? I'm then looking for a long to be playing off of this for rotations up. Because we're not seeing the shift of value, right? Like if sell side's serious, we're going to reject here aggressively. Without it, we recover our buyer at 65s and then do the rotation back through. It's just balance. We have a very clear node.
Surely expecting the 20-year bond auction data with the when issued coming out at the top of the hour.
50 seconds till new 15s and news, bonds. Oh boy. 10 seconds till 20-year bond auction and new 15s.
10 seconds.
And then 30 minutes. Wait, no.
Full spot 814%, full spot 814% for the when issued 20-year yield.
$25 minutes until JPOW. Really 30. This is Russell tagging into our value low off of that bond move. See if that was enough, or if we actually start to lead down. To me, that was our RTY move. Until we see anything more weakness-wise, just should expect a bit of relief here. Yeah, there's no liquidity still. There's nothing here. All we know is that someone got absorbed into 50s off of that move. Sell side, offsides. Offer sitting at 70 here on NQ. See if they pull. Vargman, you trading this chop?
Bid cover of 2.63, 2.63 with a high yield of 4.81%, 4.81%, and awarding 6.47% of bids at high. The US selling $13 billion. Primary dealers take 16.99%, directs 12.32%, and indirect 70.68%. So 20-year bonds drawing 4.81% versus 4.814% compared to the pre-sale when issued yield.
Is Monday markets closed for Easter? No, just Friday. For equities, yeah.
OpenAI releases two models, O3 and O4 Mini, to be incrementally available starting today in API and ChatGPT.
These guys need to come up with better names for their models. They have too many models now with no solid understanding of like for the average user. Like the average user doesn't know if they should be using O3 or O4 mini or deep something or like just like call it what is it good at? Tell me what it's good at. You've got 45 different models, and they're all mid. Tell me what it's actually good at. I'm not looking for this secondary short until I see this pop below into our 35s. Just an FYI. This is still just where we're seeing two-sided trading here. We've got sellers trying to absorb into 70. We have buyers absorbing into 50. Just a really tight 20-point range on NQ right now. Russell retesting view up as resistance. Let's see if this is our top edge again or if we have a shift. There's been no change in our value rotations, right? We're just doing this oscillation. We would like to see a change, right? Either Russell starting to lead to the upside with our day open going supportive again and something like this. That would be amazing if we were going to keep going up and we were going to drop the seller at 50. But respect that this is like hard resistance until we see that, right? This is top of oscillation into VWAP. Until we see our shift over VWAP, we are just trading between VWAP and our value low on Russell over and over and over again. Gosh, chop, chop, chop. Holy shit. I need caffeine, man. I'm dying. This is by far the most, this is the best looking short potential that I've seen on NQ from just the way that we're building on this footprint. We would like to see Russell break down, but this looks okay. We've got buyers getting absorbed into here, right? We have our offer really attempting to step down here below our 50 where they were being absorbed. We really want to see this hold now on offer with this buyer who's offsides and our seller who's now aggressively stepping down from our 65 and now our 50. If this can hold, downside is pretty likely. This is by far our best chance that we've built out so far structurally. I'd like to see a retest into 50s for a reoffer with Russell in the bottom of range. But if we aggressively hold our 35 edge here, then there might not be an attempt into 50. So really watching as we push down into this, if there's going to be a bit of relief, and ideally not a full range oscillation, right? Like a lower high. So something like this is what I'm going to be watching for, and then a shift of value, right? Continuation down. But ideally, right, we pop into here, see like a pretty drastic sell, and then a continuation down. Again, if sell side is really serious, this 35 edge will hold, and then we'll just rotate off of it. So we got to be careful of that. I'm just keeping an eye on Russell. See if we get this next leg down. And again, like what we're looking for is a takeout of our ETH low if this edge was going to hold as resistance on retest. There's our Russell pop into bottom of our oscillation. Let's see. And for ES enjoyers, it's the same thing. We're watching our value edge here, right? This node that we've built out. Hit our heads on it. If we can hit our heads on it, we should be able to rotate down. Pushing into our offer here on NQ. Again, we really need to see selling participation here into this 50 to 65 area if we're going to hold this edge. We have 30 seconds until new 15s. Let's see if they can shift value or if they fail to shift, and then we rebid over 65s for the full rotation back up, trapping these sellers into our lows. Understand that Russell held our oscillation. We need to see that weakness, but offer holding so far at 50s and as first attempt. 15 seconds till new 15s.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse reappropriation data.
Bid really trying. Let's see if they can absorb them.
Third counterparties take $54.772 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
We got to get below 50s for this to be real. Or again, we just trap them. Russell back to top of range here off of our low. See if this edge flips. Russell into VWAP. This is where we look for weakness. Top of our oscillation. See if our bid flips our 65 and rotates back below 50s, or if this is going to flip bid with trapped sellers below. We need to see a shift. Bid's looking okay. Full balance rotation here with Russell popping.
So just a reminder,
Watch 90.
with Fed's Powell speaking at the bottom of the hour, we have posted out his video where he will be speaking on the Financial Newsfeed, speaking to the Economic Club of Chicago about the economic outlook. Text and Q&A is expected. Fed reverse repo facility use falls to $55 billion, the lowest since 2021.
This should be your first target if you flipped off of 65 into 90, and then you look for 611 above if we can push. 90 should be pretty harsh resistance. Watching Russell retest VWAP is supportive off of the flip. Sell side has control below 50. Until then, you look for rebid. On our value edge. 90 test now. RTY into top of range. We watch to see if offer sits here. Again, need to see 90s flip supportive for any more upside, or it's just top of range, and then we look for a supportive hold on a value retest. JPOW speaks in 7 minutes. Watch your 65 to 50 area for a supportive bid. Back into this liquidity on footprint. If it flips offer, then you get a secondary move on your sell from the 90 edge. This is a great first risk off for shorts if you are playing off that 90. And now you look to see if bids here or if we flip back below. Without Russell holding that and pushing, it's going to be very tough. So we need to see some very clear bids here into our 50 edge. This is ES value edge as well. Again, really great first risk off for shorts if you're playing off of your 90 top of balance.
Five minutes away from when Fed's Powell is due to speak to the Economic Club of Chicago. The video is out on the feed for you to watch him live, and there is text and Q&A expected.
So I see two scenarios right now. This is short term. We're holding our 50 where we need to for bids. We watch for our offer to be sitting here at 78.80 for a lower high. And then we look for that push below 50s for continuation down. Same thing on ES. We've recovered our bid. That's very clearly here at our value on retest. We look for a lower high here. We need to see us take out this 90 here on this push. Like it's really obvious that that's what needs to happen. Right, look, we've got our look below on ES. We have recovered and tested our value edge. We are now looking to see if a lower high will be put in here on ES. If this fails and we get over, upside is very likely. We held where our buyers needed to be. We held where our buyers needed to be on NQ and on ES. So now it's a matter of, can we maintain our equal or lower high, or does this flip and go supportive, right? Our bid is very clearly back. We have news in 2 minutes. JPOW starts speaking. So it's a good area to risk off as we push up. If you are playing off of this 50 and the recovery of 65s, no interest below 50s as of yet. It's just balance. We got to show interest over 90s, and then we can do rotations higher.
One minute to go now to Fed's power. Remember, text and Q&A is expected.
Can we maintain this range? I doubt we will maintain this range after JPOW starts speaking. Balance makes sense into JPOW, right? We don't have a clear understanding of what he's going to say, or the how what his general sentiment is going to be. So balance before and letting day traders day trade makes sense, and then we'll have liquidity step back in, and then we'll figure out direction once the sentiment has been achieved. That'd be my guess.
10 seconds.
But like the balance here is just so clear, and you can take advantage of that balance, or you can be caught off sides into our edges looking for more, right? So it's really up to you.
Fed's Powell says that inflationary effects of tariffs may be more persistent, impact of tariffs likely larger than expected. Labor market appears to be solid and broadly in balance. Powell says Fed is obligated to keep inflation expectations anchored, and also tariffs are likely to at least generate temporary inflation. U.S. economy is solid despite heightened uncertainty and downside risks. Powell says at or near maximum employment and inflation is a bit above 2% goal has come down a great deal.
Full
Growth likely
rotation
slowed
on
in the
Russell.
first quarter of 2025 from last year's solid pace. Strong first
Watch our
quarter
edge here on
inputs weigh
NQ.
on GDP growth.
Yes.
A sharp decline in business, household sentiment, and elevated uncertainty reflecting trade policy concerns. PC prices likely rose 2.3% in the 12 months through March, and core PC estimated at 2.6%. Administration's policies still evolving and effects remain highly uncertain. So far, larger than expected tariffs likely mean higher inflation and slower growth. Just keep an eye on the markets here. The S&P 500 has seen some downside movement from the release of Powell's comments. Inflationary effects of tariffs could be more persistent. Depends ultimately on inflation.
This is target, take off risk. See if we get more. We want continuation now.
That we may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which dual mandate goals are in tension. If that occurs, we could consider how far the economy is from each goal and potential time horizons for those gaps to close. So just to summarize then, Powell says may find ourselves in scenario with mandates in tension, can't have strong labor market without price stability, and well positioned to wait for more clarity for the time being. As said, S&P 500 seeing movement towards the downside, and the dollar index just seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside there off the back of Powell's comments.
I'm out most of my position here. 2 left, 50 average.
Extending fall, Dow Jones down about 1%. US short-term interest rate futures little changed after release of Fed's Powell's prepared remarks.
Listen, I'm going to repeat myself again. Balance and trading our
As you can see,
edges
Nasdaq 100 extending decline to about 2.6%.
is all we need to understand. Is where are we looking for our offer to be? What are we looking for on our push below? We're not going to win every trade, right? But if we can understand where we should be putting risk on and where our stops are going to be, we're okay. Like I really need you guys to like get that around your heads, which is like we know our offers here into 90. We need to be taking off risk into that. We know this is where our short has been working over and over and over again. What happens if we test into 90s, we look below our 50 and then offer into it?
So
I'm
Treasury
putting risk
calls
on into
further
50 to
steepening gains
65.
after Powell comments.
Yes? Because what happens at our value edge if we lose this? Oh, I'm going to play that shit down. Does this loss matter? If I can then catch this move down? No, not at all. Not at all.
So Nick Tamaris on X saying Powell's remarks reinforced his earlier view that the Fed will not be in a position to preempt weakness from a trade war. So specifically citing that we may find ourselves in a challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. It's saying that, so Nick says that it's a somber message leavened with a local Chicago nod to how unpredictable things have become. Also keep an eye on the dollar, so seeing a movement towards the downside now. I have posted out Powell's full speech on the feed for you to read through.
Watch our offer into 500. We flip this, then we can rotate back up to potentially 35. $20 to $30. Your most bearish offers at 500. ETH. See what happens here. Just a battle for our ETH lows on ES and NQ. Watch our Russell edge into value. If we hold this as resistance, this will be our sign for more downside, I think. If this goes supportive again, then we just rotate this range again. Just in runners. $500 holding so far on NQ and our ES edge, ETH low. This is our ETH low on Russell. Got some liquidity below us into 407. We'll see if there's push down into that 380 400 area. Offer pretty aggressive at 468. This is next target here on NQ. See how we interact as we push down into this 380.
Send full S&P 500 down about 2.01%.
On my
Nice
runner,
down
I'm just
about
moving my
3%.
stop down. There's no point in trying to like guess the exact low, but I think this 380 is a really good level. And then we look for like a rotation back up to like 450 or something. And then we look for another down leg. I could see that happening. Something like push into here, and then we figure out if we're gonna go up or down. I really don't want you guys to like get discouraged from stuff like this. I just like the reason why we focus so much on like the balance and the break of balance and what's going to happen when we see specific areas play out or hold is so that you can be prepared for when moves like this occur, right? Like we test into our value high, offer's still sitting there. Okay, what happens after that? Okay, we look below our value low or our balance low. We're seeing our offer now sitting there aggressively. I now have an area where I want to put on 10 point risk. I want to now watch and see if we can now hold this edge. I'm willing to take an L on that trade if it doesn't play out, but I'm going to continue to play our auction. So when we push below our 50 off of failing at 90s, right, into our where our price target is for our bid, where we're taking profit on a long into 90, and we push below and we see our offer then hold that 50 to 65 that we've been talking about for 2 hours, fucking send it. You know what I mean? It might not work out, but it has such a solid R&R that it does not matter. Try it. We know where our buyer was. Is our buyer off sides now? Is our seller now sitting there? Play it. Like you gotta just like execute. You can't be scared. If you're scared, you're just trading with way too much leverage.
Fed's power says effects of policy will likely move the Fed away from its goals.
Like I know you didn't just sit there for 2 hours waiting for that to play and then not take the trade, right? Surely.
Powell says we will be moving away from goals for the balance of this year. Perhaps we can resume next year. China pivots from US to Canada for more oil amid trade war. Powell says unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows. Powell says tariffs larger even than in the Fed's upside estimates. So again, Powell says tariffs larger than we expected even in our upside case. Powell says the Fed has to keep inflation expectations well anchored, and the Fed's job is to ensure that this does not become ongoing inflation. Our, our role is to make sure this is a one-time increase.
I don't know if there's much here. Well, much more here. If we break below 300, 290, definitely more downside on ES. This is a pretty solid pivot here. 290 was our monthly extreme low, right? So not too sure how much more downside there is. Let's see. But I could definitely see us chopping down here for a bit.
According to New York Times, US is debating barring Americans access to DeepSeek services. So US weighing penalties to block DeepSeek from US tech buys. Powell says car company supply chains likely to be disrupted for years. Powell says that could lead to inflation persistence, and still uncertain what the new trade policies will ultimately be. Powell says immigration is part of the reason growth has been so strong in the last couple of years.
Again, I think that this is a really good target for this downside move into our monthly extreme low on ES from our failure at 340. So if we show interest below 290, definitely potentially another like 40 points of downside, but I think that this is probably a good area to risk off.
Powell says demand and supply of workers have fallen in tandem. Powell
I'm
says wage
flat.
growth is sustainable.
I'll be right back.
Long-term effects of immigration are not thought to matter much for inflation. Powell says government layoffs are not yet big enough to have a material effect on the economy. Powell says with cutbacks in federal funding for science, here is significant employment impacts. Powell says cutbacks into university and research funding are causing significant impact in some cities and could have longer-term effects on productivity.
All right, this is our offer. Let's see if we can flip it or if it holds. Unsure if we get more downside or not. This 300 was a really, it's a really important level. With a lot of liquidity resting down there on ES. It's still holding solid. We're watching for a potential lower high for a continuation down. NQ.
The Fed's two goals are not yet in tension, but the impulse is for higher unemployment and higher inflation.
NQ holding our offer so far. Looks good.
Goals aren't really in tension now. The labor market is strong.
If we can show interest over this pivot, probably more upside. Until then, just looks like chop to me while we wait for a decision.
Adding tensions between goals would be a difficult position for the Fed. Powell says we could well be in a position where we need to make a difficult decision. Just keep an eye on the markets as we see continued downside movement in US stocks, stock indexes. Fed's Powell says changes in policies are fundamental. No real experience in how to analyze it with such incredibly high uncertainty. High uncertainty leads to households and businesses stepping back from decisions. So again, with the US stocks continuing to move further lower, as Powell stressed keeping consumer prices in line, dampening hope for a near-term interest rate cut. Powell says it will be difficult if uncertainty remained high, and that would weigh on investment. If risks were structurally higher, that would make us less attractive.
So our 290 on ES. We'll watch to see if this monthly low holds or if we'll flip. I'm flat, just waiting for our next trade. Way too much liquidity down here on NQ for me to be interested in shorts. This is our ADR low on NQ.
Powell says markets are processing the policy changes. S&P 500 extending decline to about 2.5% as Powell speaks. Adding that, Powell says markets are functioning and functioning as we would expect. Powell says some deleveraging by hedge funds. The markets are processing historically unique events, volatility likely to continue given high uncertainty. Powell
Just
says
to repeat myself
reserves are
again,
still abundant.
I am not looking for shorts down here. 290 is a major level on ES. This is NQ ADR low and all of our liquidity down here. Just be very careful. It can be very volatile here.
Powell says we're not
I
close
am
to the
flat.
point where the Fed would stop balance sheet runoff altogether.
Sell side sitting at 340, at least attempting. We'll see if it flips. Absorption into this 340, 370.
Powell says that the slower the Fed goes, the smaller the balance sheet can get without disruption. Powell says the Fed stands ready to supply dollars to global central banks if there is a shortage. Powell says keeping swap lines is good for the US consumer. Also, supporting dollar funding markets is good for the US consumer. Powell says US federal debt is on an unsustainable path, though not on an unsustainable level. Again, Powell saying US federal debt is on an unsustainable path, though not at an unsustainable level. And running large deficits with full employment is in the US is something that the US has to address. So again, running large deficits with full employment is something that the nation has to address. Powell says to reduce deficit, we need to address the biggest parts of federal budget, but it must be bipartisan. Adding that domestic discretionary spending is small and declining as a share of federal spending, that is not the problem. Powell says so much of dialogue from politicians is about discretionary spending, which is not an issue.
Fed's Powell says the banking system is well capitalized and resilient to likely shocks. Fed's Powell says some small and medium banks have large CRE concentrations. So that's Fed's Powell saying US financial system is well into the process of working out its problems with commercial real estate. And Fed's Powell says private credit market has not been through a real credit event. The Fed is keeping a close eye on it. Treasury yields extend their declines. The curve pairs its steepening move now. Fed's Pal says crypto is becoming more mainstream. A legal framework for stablecoins is a good idea. Fed's Pal says there will be some loosening of rules to allow innovation, but needs to be done in ways that does not make banks less safe and sound.
This is a POC of previous candle. If you are playing off 290, I feel like you're in a pretty good spot for longs.
So we have posted out the New York Times article as the US is weighing penalties to block DeepSeek from US tech buys. That's on the feed for those interested.
Not sure how much more upside we have. This could easily be the low. There's a reason why I closed my short, right? But we got to show interest over 390 on NQ for me to feel a bit more comfy.
Powell says, I think there
Got a
will be
buyer at
loosening of
330
bank rules on
who's
crypto.
attempting, but just gonna chill for a bit. Let this settle. Again, if you played off the 290 300 pivot off VS, you're in a pretty good spot. I could see this rotating up to, I don't know, 320 and then 340. But we're going to need to see a very clear shift. I could just see this chopping until JPOW's done, and then we get another directional decision. This is, like, again, like a major pivot on NQ as resistance. This is our only known seller for short term into 70. We know we've got a buyer who's attempting at 30s. We can see them on footprint, our POC there, right? But just looks two-sided to me. We show interest over 70 to 80 on NQ. I think we rotate back up. If this holds, then it's probably just chop
Fed's
and then
Powell
more
says
downside.
The Fed is looking at the best ways to foster 2% inflation.
That's my guess.
Fed's Powell says the framework might look more like what we had before 2020.
Man, PPZ going crazy with that first reversal. Jesus.
Fed's Powell says prices don't go down in the aggregate except in extreme situations. Says that should be encouraged. Fed's Powell says tech innovation doesn't replace human labor in the long run. Powell adds that AI is likely to bring a dramatic change. So that's Fed's Powell saying that AI is one of the 2 or 3 things likely to bring dramatic change to the economy. It's hard to know how it will shake out.
Offer holding where it needed to on NQ, really being watching just for a potential 3-bar down if we aren't just going to continue to balance here. Yeah, I mean, again, like it's chop downside or a recovery of our previous POC. Like I'm not interested in any longs until we show interest above. Just continue to watch to see if we're able to hold this low. That's really it. This is where our buyer is. This is where our seller is. Chop or downside until we flip pivot. Just be careful of the potential 3-bar down on the 15 with POC holding as resistance. really keeping an eye on Russell as it's maintaining higher lows. Russell starts to lose that and we start to show more weakness. Downside makes more sense. If Russell continues to show a divergence, I expect that NQ just chops in balance while we then look for liquidity, try up, and then go whatever direction RTY is actually headed in. So just give this a little bit to play out and develop down here into this low.
And Fed's Powell's event has now ended. So to recap, Fed's Powell's remarks were met mostly with weakness in the US indices. S&P 500 down around 2.35%. Started with the text release initially, where he did say that so far, larger than expected tariffs likely mean higher inflation and slower growth. And Fed's Powell in the text release as well did also note that they may find themselves in a scenario with mandates in tension.
Market's doing what we thought it would, which is NQ balance while Russell diverges and makes higher lows. Following our Russell, NQ finds a bid at the lows, pops back up to highs. Really keeping our eye on Russell as we come back up into ETH low. That's going to be a potential loss of momentum for Russell. We can see a decent amount of liquidity sitting on the sell at 68s on Russell. Wait to see if they pull those. Yeah, two sellers that are sitting at 66 and 68 on Dom. Again, NQ's got to show interest over this 80 to 90, or we just absorb into here. No right side of V as of yet, but we did nail the bottom. So it's just, is this the actual bottom or just chop and then another continuation down, right? I don't have the answer for you yet. That 290, 300 on ES was pretty solid. Our ADR low is always a good level on NQ. Now it's just a matter of figuring out if we can develop down here and punish these guys or not. Don't know. As long as RTY continues to push, though, I'm not against it. Just gonna follow our rules. This is our push into our ETH low on Russell. We'll watch to see if there's loss of momentum here. We've got our next seller into 390 on NQ. Showing interest above that. I don't have a ton of targets other than like there's 420 above that if 390 goes supportive on NQ. The big test here. Bids definitely stepped up into 50s. Looks fine. Again, it's going to be, I think, very apparent if Russell loses the higher lows for downside. Until then, it just looks like slow grind up. See what happens here as we push into our ETH low on Russell.
Ford tells dealers that it may raise prices in May if tariffs continue, according to Automotive News. NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at $3.24. Gasoline May futures settle at $2.04. Diesel May futures settle at $2.11. And NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $62.47 a barrel. So again, NYMEX WTI crude May futures settled at $62.47 a barrel, which is up $1.14 or 1.86%. Singh reports that the White House press secretary is to brief reporters at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh shit, Ghost Wick. Now we're talking. That's funny. So again, nothing has changed in what I've said. Russell called the top for short term into our 390 offer on NQ. ETH low holding as resistance. We're just coming back down to our anchored VWAP on Russell. I'm very curious to see if we find a bid or if this flips. Again, it's all about just maintaining these higher lows. If we can do that, things look okay. If Russell starts to lead to downside, that's where I get a bit worried that we're going to do another leg down. So just keeping an eye as we push back down into these lows, and let's see what happens. Russell's been such a good indicator to let us know our overall kind of bias. See as we come down into this what happens. If the bid's found or not. But really, really nice rejection across the board into that with loss of momentum. And this is a full NQ move down to our bottom of balance here. ES as well into our 290. See if we trap with Russell coming in to our low or if we actually flip this. I'm a bit more inclined to believe that Russell is going to find a short-term bid here when we trap sellers into this low again, and then we look for another rotation up. We'll see if that holds or if they actually just kind of throw this thing up. I'm not sure. But really pay attention to RTY. Respect that.
Congressional panel asks NVIDIA about sales to China. Congressional panel says a report find that DeepSeek used US AI models.
News? The NVIDIA thing? Hmm. I feel like it's been pretty established that they did. I don't know if it pumps off that though. Yeah, definitely. Which that makes sense. The amount of money that's being invested. If China can just take what the US makes and then just make it better afterwards, it's like it's kind of rough. They've basically done that for everything. Yeah. This looks like a trap to me, but it's gonna need Russell to break this downtrend. We're holding pivot so far. Uh Need to get over 280 and recover our 300 edge, or this is just going to offer. If Russell starts to show weakness below, that's when you have to be really worried. We want to see basically these guys who are below to find a bottom with RTY into this and then recover this edge for full rotation. If that doesn't happen, right, then this is going to be a very clear offer down with Russell breaching this and then continuing downward. So that's kind of my logic right now. Just going to give it some time to play out. Same factories make products for competitors, etc. Yeah, and well, that's just corporate greed. They basically gave away their IP to China to make a bit more money. Like the shortest, most greedy. Like I just don't even get it. Like let's give all of our information and our products over to a foreign manufacturer just so that we can make a bit more money. Surely they won't steal it and make knockoffs in the same factory and then sell them inside China. Surely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean the problem is that like even with that, the margins are just still too juicy for them to even care. Like China can be selling a separate product inside their country, right? And it still is a profitable business strategy for them, which is crazy because the margins are just so nice
Brent crude futures settle
compared
at
to manufacturing in the United States.
$65 a barrel, which is up $1.18 or 1.82% on the session.
That's what's wild to me because like if they of course wouldn't do it if we could manufacture here for the same price, but we just can't. Yeah, I really think it's just going to be dependent on if RTY can hold this or not. You should see some excitement as soon as we pop over 280 if we're gonna go up. If not, then like these guys are just absolutely screwed.
Nvidia shares extending losses, last down 10% to around $100.92.
Man, I hate to be right on the Soxel trade.
So with that, we're seeing the Nasdaq 100 down 3.7% as well, and the S&P down 2.6%.
Soxel down almost 18% on the day. Yikes. I think you get one more reoffer attempt, one last ditch from buyers on NQ. So we push into 250. Watch to see if offer can absorb them, and then if that fails, count all she wrote. Have you guys had that that buldak ramen? You guys think it's spicy? The 2 times as spicy? My dad gave me a bunch of it yesterday. He bought from Costco and he was like, this is too hot. But I didn't really see it. I don't know. It was the extra spicy carbonara version, the pink one. I didn't think it was that bad. Yeah, it's like pretty mild. Oh, okay, so yeah, it is like that is pretty mild. I'm looking at their scale. So even like the extra spicy is not that hot in their overall lineup.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says the US is ready to get Iran energy exports to zero.
Yeah, I guess that is true, sir. I like have
Seeing the
no
strength in
understanding
WTI
of
crude here
spice,
again, US Treasury
average
Secretary
spice tolerance
Bessent
anymore.
says the US is ready to get Iran energy exports to zero.
This sell is not great. There's really nothing to play off of here. I would have liked to have seen a bit of a stronger retest. To be honest, I still want to see it. I don't have a lot of faith in this sell. Like we're holding the pivot, and that's great if you're short. Everything's playing out, but I'm just not really seeing the aggression. It's just really kind of like a lack of a bid. So I'm
The US
not
Treasury
taking part in
Secretary
it.
Bessent made a post on X about Iran in regards to that last headline.
We see a bit more pressure from Russell on this look below, and I'll care a bit more about this sell. See if it can do it here. Mm-mm-mm. The most bearish offer again is this retest into 250, 260 and absorption for a continuation down. If we don't see this hold, the sell is not that aggressive. So far, pretty reactive.
So again, oil prices gain post-settlement as US ramps up pressure on Iran.
I'd love to see a bit more from Russell for the continuation. Retesting now. Like, I want to see them slap this thing. I just am not. Good reoffer on Russell so far. I only got filled on half a position there, kind of annoying. I'm taking off a little risk into 210, and then I'll just leave runners. See what happens. That's funny you say that, because that's actually where I entered off of the push through those. There's a good chance we come back up to break even here. See what happens. As long as Russell's maintaining this pivot, I don't really care. There's no reason to exit. We did exactly what we wanted, which is reoffer on Russell, right? We can see that is where we looked for the short as well, on the Russell weakness. But Yeah, there's a little bit of a buyer here at 210. We'll see if they continue this down or not. Unsure. Yeah, I only got in with half size. I wanted a bit higher. But as soon as you see weakness on Russell, you just kind of slap it. And I really like this on NQ on the 15. But I wanted to see like a more aggressive seller after that 45 absorption. That like then slammed it down. I like, yeah. I'm guessing we're headed to like 180 here. I don't know. We'll see. Leaving runner now.
Nasdaq 100 extended drop to as much as 4%.
End of day? Yeah, no, probably not. Maybe overnight. Who knows? I want to like really focus in on only playing areas that you're comfortable with that go with your system. I'm just going to post this again. It's like, do you see how I just completely avoided the chop? Like, was there probably a trade there? Yeah. But if I'm uncomfortable in it, or if I see something that's diverging that I don't like, there's no reason to play it. My God, this was just a balance, and we knew it was going to be a balance, and so I didn't touch it. I waited for Russell to breach and show that weakness so that we could get our moves for the next leg down. We had two pivots. We had our 50-60 here for the offer, for the rotation down. We played that to target, and then I waited while we were chopping. And now it's just a matter of, oh, Russell's doing the thing that we like? Okay, well then the market can continue down. And now we get to play this downward structure. You don't have to just play what you're confident in. It's your money on the line, right? So if we wait for a very clear seller to show their hand and we play off of our offer and with Russell weakening, right, all of a sudden we get a move that has a bit more confidence into it. Are you going to be mad catching 100 points? I don't think so. And all we had to do was wait for this pivot to be broken and for this downside pressure. Probably headed to like 250, 245 on ES would be my guess. Don't know if we get there in one single candle or if it happens in a slow grind, but that's our next target. It's ES ADR. So just keep that in mind. That is what we were looking for off of a failure here at 290 to 300. Was this rotation down that we have pathed out? If this edge doesn't hold, I bet we trade down into like here. This would be my guess. Changing that 252 to 257 with our value there. But these are my two next like big major areas. For ES enjoyers. So 300 was our Globex ADR. Our RTH ADR for NQ is a bit lower at 094. So that can be our next target for NQ if we see a continued weakness here. Let's watch our offer. ES coming down into target. Our seller's sitting at 200 above. So we're going to need to see interest above this if we want more, or this is just going to be where we absorb absorb the bid and then rotate down. Russell catching a bit of a bid, which is interesting. Again, offer sitting at 200 above on NQ. What's this liquidity on ES? Is it like 75? Yeah, 75 is crazy. Sell side went a little aggressive there. We can keep an eye on this like 75. Is 76 is your short-term pivot of where you expect that offer to be. A lot of volume transacted into this.
So US stocks falling further now. The Nasdaq down 4.2%, S&P 500 down 2.9%, and the Dow down 2.1%.
This is where we either see a flip or we sell 200s here on NQ. Watching to see our retest, see if buyer side's willing to do anything with this. Same thing with our ES into 75s. This is like the only participant that I can see for another 60 points that I'd be willing to play with. We'd like to get below 180s for continuation, or expect your bid to try to defend this and then go up from here. Like to see this flip and then rotate through this structure. See what happens. Russell, potential higher low here. Same with NQ on our halfway backs. Testing into our 180 now. Man, I need caffeine. Watching the reoffer of our halfway back on Russell. See if we can get that lower high. RTY can break this flag and hold this. Downside feels pretty good. If this can't reoffer here, not a lot of faith in it. We're seeing two-sided trading into 180. Sell side trying to step this thing down. Correct, Keith. That is the halfway back to the last 15 minute. There's in trending markets, we tend to bounce that halfway back quite a bit in trend. So it's a good area to kind of create as a short-term pivot, letting you know, like, if we're bullish and we're looking for a bounce point, we'd expect it to be at the halfway back. If it's going to flip, we'd expect us to then hold that. It's just like a super easy thing you can do to not psych yourself out of a trade and have just another little point of confluence of being like, oh, okay, yeah, this makes sense. Like, we're not holding here. Why am I still in this long? Right? Or it's like, oh, we flipped it and now we can use this as a very clear offer. Usually you want to use it with, some sort of sell that's being shown on footprint as added confluence, so you're not just trading a random price level. But it's a good it's not necessarily the POC. Sometimes they line up quite well, but it's just the last 15-minute candle. One of like the easiest trading like beginner trading strategies that we taught was just trading off of the 0.5 to 618 zone of the last 15-minute candle or the impulse move. There's a lot of price action based strategies that you can use in trending markets to look for higher lows for secondary moves based off of that. So let me see if I can pull up an infographic that I've made. Might be too large. Yeah, way too big. Damn it. There we go. So here's a little infographic that I made for this exact thing. So on different time frames, this is the basic understanding, right? So a bullish leaning inside bar, we'd be holding that 50% as supportive off of the last 15, and then we'd kind of be going up. On a bearish rejection, we'd be going down off of it. And so you can do it like based off of the overall structure or trading of a range. We can go through and watch how price interacts. So in like a bearish retracement, after looking at an impulse up, when we're actually headed down, we'll start to make this as a resistance. I can probably just show you a real example, actually. So let me see if any of these apply. Usually in like strong trending markets, we get pretty standardized moves. You see what I mean? So like when we get a impulse, so high to low, we look for our reoffer into our halfway back to 618 here, right? And that's well, the market kind of moves in these little microstructures where there's a point where we can kind of get a feel for where that offer is going to be stepping in. And you can do it on like a 15-minute time frame. You can just be doing it off of like an impulsive structure where we get an aggressive leg down or up and use that to your advantage to kind of determine what side of a trade you want to be in on. But that's the general idea is when we get large impulsive moves, we look for these areas as resistance or supportive areas. And you can do it on any time frame. So like if we wanted to go to an hour, for example, and we See if I can. I'm gonna have to go to like something that doesn't have Globex. Yeah, let me go to a clean chart for this. There's 2 minutes shit going on. Spy. So a lot of the times when we'll look for stuff like this where we get like standardized impulses. So we like take the high and the low, and then we'll look at this as like our reoffer for our pivot. Because like if we're supportive here, I'd be looking for this halfway back to hold. You lose a lot of momentum in an upside move if we retrace more than 50% of the candle, right? So it's just like a really easy rule of thumb when you're doing measured moves of being like, I'm looking for a bounce at the 0.5. Because I know in a trending market, that price is on average going to bounce that area for a continuation in trend, right? So when we start to fail these, they become really easy areas to be like, oh yeah, well, if we're now holding that point, you can now look at a more bearish bias. This was like one of the first strategies that we taught, which is just like put an anchored VWAP on the low and then do a retrace of your impulsive move and then look for bids there where there's confluence between your anchored VWAP and your halfway back. It's literally it. It works on every time frame in trending markets. It's like a pretty easy mechanical strategy. So like in this scenario, yeah, exactly. It's just psychological. But like you can do really nice setups where it's like, oh, okay, I'm not sure where I want to be initiating, and I don't know how to use a volume profile, and I don't know how to do anything with order flow. I would take the high to the low, and we would need to reverse this because it is a short. And then I would put a anchored VWAP off of our high. There we go. And I'm going to change our settings so that the source is the high as well. Where am I looking to take a short? Well, this is our measured move, right? We just measured this. This is our halfway back to 618. Also known as like your golden zone, if you want. It's also an FEG that's been created or an imbalance. There's lots of confluence here of why this makes sense to try to short, right? But you can use measured move tools like this where it's like, I know that most of our selling volume on average is holding this line here. I know that this is our halfway back of the move. I know that this is an imbalance that was created from sellers. It makes the most sense to attempt a short as we approach this area for a measured move down to our lows, right? So like that's literally it.
The
It's
Japanese
just a
yen
full
rises
price action
1%
based
per the
strategy.
US dollar. A fresh
Anchored VWAP at the high or the
$20.25
low, and then a 50% to 618 area as your golden zone of where you're looking to transact with confluence of your AVWAP. Gives you a ton of actionability on every time frame. I just closed my last runner there on NQ. Let's see if we hold this 50 on NQ as resistance. If we do, then maybe more down. Not sure. Russell flat on the lows, which is interesting. This is ES into target. If this 150 holds offer, one more down leg into 94s is my guess. Watching our POC retest this area here as we push back up. If this holds offer, definitely one more leg down. Your stop would be behind the 618. You need to go and watch how that plays out for you to feel comfortable. I mean, it's going to, I can't give you a standardized stop because depending on the time frame in which you're using that strategy, that stop could be 100 points or it could be 5 points. Right, it depends on your time frame and how large of an impulse you looked at. That 0.5 to 618 area on a 1 hour chart is a very different risk to reward based off of, if you're using it on a 15-second chart. So it's going to have to be dependent on how you trade and the risk that you are willing to put on, right? I can't just like give you a standardized answer. I wish I could, but it's a bit irresponsible. I would like go back and do just go measure a bunch of impulse moves, right? Go look for a large move down or up and do the halfway back to 618 retrace and see how it performs. Look at what the average response is, look to see how that usually interacts, and see if it's something that you're comfortable with and if you can develop a strategy around it, right? The price action is just a tool. So you now need to go in and get very intimately you need to know it very well before you actually trade it, right? Fucked up my stop while I was talking. We're good though. Nice job, Aram. Oh no, you're good, dude. I exited at market, but I had the wrong amount of contracts on, so I closed my final position and then it entered me into a long without me realizing it. It was almost bad. What happens when you get distracted? This is my close here. We'll see what happens now. If this can go supportive, we can look back up. Unsure. We have a ton of classes going over that strategy, Keith, and how to build it out. Some of our earlier classes, but they're all recorded. So if you are interested in more like price action based stuff and less order flow, we have a ton of VODs covering that in our lessons from like a year or two ago. Nice job, Rome. Bounce star ES low. This is just ADR, guys, right? Just coming back down into this. I'm not sure if this is going to just balance here. Kind of looks like it just wants to balance here between our 75 offer that we talked about, that seller that was sitting there, and this low here into our 50s. This is about all that I see for short term. We either, recover this edge where these massive sell orders are into 75s, or well, just kind of chop here again, just like last time, and then we can look for a rotation down. This is Russell testing our major pivot where we started to short. If we flipped back over this, bull bias for short term makes sense to me. One-minute charts? Yeah, those work really well in 1-minute charts. The secret is for any sort of like halfway back strategy or any sort of like trend market strategy is you need trend, right? Like they don't work very well in balance. So you have to know your day type. We also teach tons of strategies about how to approach balance. I trade most of my trading is done on the break of balance or on the rotation through balance, right? But those strategies where you're looking at like halfway backs are all all revolve around a trending market, where to look for re-entries, et cetera, et cetera. So you just kind of really have to know your day type because those kind of strategies are not going to work when we're in a chop fest. Are you in the Discord, Keith? Yes, we teach strategies for ranging markets. Yes. That's like 90% of my trading these days. You'll learn how to trade ranging markets just by watching the YouTube. Again, that's like 90% of the trades that I talk about are just the balance trade. Just YouTube? You might want to consider joining the Discord. I can send you some of the images I've made. So that you have them as a reference. God, I'm tired. What a day. I think if you're on a 50K account, the sweet spot is max five
Mass
lots
official says the group refuses to
MNQ.
hand in weapons.
10 if you're feeling ballsy, but I think 5
Mass
MNQ
refuses to hold talks
is
over
really
weapons
solid.
at any point.
1 to 2 for most trades. 5 for max size on things that you're really confident in. So like here's some, I think, probably pretty solid examples of that retrace that I was talking about. Mhm. Yeah, man, I can post all of them. They should be linked. I don't know what the words are, but I can just repost them. It's not a big deal. These are all old. Let me here. This is a really nice candle one that I made. That's clean. You just joined. All right, let me add those to the general chat for you so that you have them as a reference, Keith. I'm posting them in the general chat. Just some stuff that I've made. All right, they're all posted. Into our 75 here, full rotation on ES. See if we lose momentum into our value edge on Russell. Unsure. It makes sense though. For NQ, just trading back into our POC, it looks like, from this sell side candle. Not sure if we're going to get more. I think we need to see a bid step back in here. Maybe at 200 before when we look for a higher low. That's all I really see. There's not a lot to work with here. Watch for a buyer at 200. Or if Russell can hold here and get over value, that would invalidate that need to go back down. And then we look for the rebid over value edge for a rotation up to ETH low. This is probably going to mark our high if this happens, though. Just keep that in mind. Ooh, I don't know if I'm trading anymore. How much time do we have left? Like 15 minutes? Yeah. Yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know, man. Especially now that you're in the Discord, just you can tag me. My name's Sagan there. With an S. Yeah, yeah. I feel like we want 270 here. If we can get over 240, 250, I think 270 makes sense. Expect a little bit of absorption into 240, 250, but taking out that edge would be really solid for us. Let's see what happens. Yes, still just at this seller at 75s. A lot of liquidity was exchanged here on EOS. I think we're going to be dependent if Russell can get over this value edge. New 15's opening now. Last 15 of the day. 5 minutes till MOC. Where even is our 15-minute VWAP? How far away are we from that shit? I don't even think a reversion trade can happen. Let's see. It's so far up. 520. Holy. Our first deviation is at 350. We might be able to do that. Oh. Watch your Russell value retest here. See if they can bid. I feel like that's the only way we go. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll see. A lot of liquidity at 240s on NQ. They're trying. Give this a minute. You want to break the highs here if that 240 buyer is actually going to sustain. We're just going to end up trapping and then offering it. Testing highs now, 260. Pushing for our 270. Yes, literally zero movement with that move. Yikes. Russell diverging is causing that. $270 to 300 just seems like such a good, easy risk off. Like, no brainer. If we can push over that, then you get upside. But, like, until then, I don't know, man. This is basically like if you look at it on 15. This is us basically trying to re-enter into this balance that we were trading earlier when this breakdown. So if this continues to fail and offer, like I just don't see why we go up. If we can push over though, then like pushing into this makes a lot of sense for just the rotation of this auction. But until proven otherwise, right, like this has to be strong res. POC of our sell where we swept through.
So 1 minute now until we get the market on close imbalance.
I don't know. Good luck to anyone trading MOC today. Don't give it all back. Wonder if the rest of the week is going to be garbage because Friday's off. I hate short
10
weeks.
seconds.
Ugh, they're the worst. Yeah, I know, but like it's, you know what I'm saying. Into our 300 edge. Let's see if we can
Looking now to
recover.
the market on close
Bid
imbalance.
sitting at
The
70.
S&P 500 is a buy side 650 million. A Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.8 billion. Dow 30 sell side 50 million. Mag 7 buy side 730 million.
We should be able to do the rotation up to 350 off of this if we can hold 300. Again, it's just this balance rotation here. Watch whatever comes first. Russell into ETH low or NQ into that 350, 360. Unsure. All your liquidity is resting at that 270, 280. Sorry, 270, 290. Any sort of retrace, you want to see that hold on a dip in. I think we just head up though. Watch this Russell ETH low. This is our pivot. Same thing on ES into value edge into our 300. I would be aggressively moving stops up as we push into this high. Also lost some momentum potential here into ETH low. ES into our value edge. NQ into our 50. Maybe one more leg up into 90.
It does appear we had a brief technical
Unsure.
issue with the site. If anyone's experiencing any issues not seeing the market on close imbalance, for example, you can press Control and F5 to hard refresh your website. That should fix the issue. Apologies for the inconvenience.
I don't know. Does this count? I mean, it's an upside move, I guess. But like, I when you say that, I expect us to close it like POC. You know what I mean? That's what I took away from that. This is just like trading back into our previous auction. Yeah, I mean, if we get anything more, I don't know, man. I mean, this just makes sense as where sell side sits. Like if I was in a trade, then I'd be full closed here. Is there room potentially if we can pop over that 370, 390? Yeah, we get another leg up for sure. But like I don't even know where would we head? 450, 470? Probably 470. If we get over 390, probably 470. Yes. I don't know. I always will risk off into Russell VWAP as resistance. Like it is what it is. I've never been mad about closing a winning trade into Russell VWAP. It's just I've never been like, oh, I should have held through that. Nope. Hell no. My favorite vape juice, dude. I just buy whatever in the store, man. I really like the brand Naked, I think is what it's called. NAKD. I think that's what it's called. Do you like menthol? I only smoke like menthol-y flavors. So you might not want what I have to offer. I like minty. Okay. Then let me send you some stuff. Direct paper. I usually just ask like what's the best at the store, what's selling. But if I buy from like a wholesaler, yeah. You want salt nick, right? Excuse me. Again, I'm a big fan of this
So
brand,
just keep in mind at the
Naked
top of the hour,
and
we do see the
KD,
release of the US overall net capital flows.
but
The prior read was minus 48.8 billion, and the tick long-term transactions, the prior read was 45.2 billion.
the Jewel Mint from Pod Juice is probably the one that you're actually going to be able to find in a store. That one's super common. That one's not bad. But I like anything by NKD. They've got good stuff. If they're all like fruity flavors, but with like a menthol twist on them. And no garbage.
10 seconds to data. Tick long-term transactions 112 billion, 112 billion, and the overall net capital flows 284.7 billion, 284.7 billion.
There's zero interest above 390.
China's treasuries holdings climbed amid a boost in valuations.
See if they can
The
do
US
it.
Treasury releases data on foreign holdings of treasuries with this report.
Recovering this pivot is huge for US. 9300. Nice job, Shadow. Good job.
So China US Treasury securities holding $784 billion in February versus $761 billion in January. That's an increase. Japan US Treasury holdings, they increased to $1.126 trillion in February from $1.079 trillion in January.
Well, I'm currently smoking this because it's what they had in the shop, but it's also the most highly rated one on this website. But they always, all shops seem to have this guy, this Jewel Mint. It is strong, brother. Holy. Yeah, that one's like a decent mint. I have that. They only had it in 55 mg, Saltnik. It nearly took me out the first time I smoked it. They usually have this brand as well, and I like this brand a lot. It's called Fruit Monster. I see this in most shops as well, so I end up going with it if they don't have NKD and anything that has frozen in front of the name in it has like a menthol. Anything that says like ice or frozen is usually like some sort of minty kind of accent. But those are the two most common that I go for in shop. If you can't find NKD. Yeah. Later, man. Hopefully tomorrow doesn't suck. It has a high chance to suck.
Trump on a Fox Noticias interview says we're looking at Venezuela very carefully. So again, Trump currently speaking on Fox Mexico interview.
I think we're headed up to that 470. Just close that view up, which is crazy. I don't know if you get it immediately, but that's where you've got sellers at 60 to 80. That would be my next major pivot as we push into here. Anything above that is crazy. This is definitely your reversion trade, though, into this area. All right, friends, I will talk to you all tomorrow. Hopefully you had a decent day. Feel like we're slowly but surely, more people are getting a bit more comfortable playing the balance trades. I tried to post all my L's today so that you can see that they just don't matter because we just play the opposite side and then it just goes. I really need you to be mechanical with it, right? And if you're too scared to take setups, you're probably just trading too much leverage, right? And that's fine. It's an easy fix. Just you need to be comfortable taking small losses for major wins. And just playing the setups and not getting too emotional with it. So if you are still getting like super emotional trying to play off of edges, you might just be getting chopped up and be trading too much size for your account. Which is, again, it's an easy fix. Switch to micros. Trade 1 to 2, right? Most of you shouldn't be trading minis.
So we have
I
posted
really
a
recommend
interview on Fox
trading like
Gas on the
5
feed for those
micros,
interested.
2
Keep in
micros.
mind, so the interviewer is speaking in Spanish, which is then translated to Trump, who replies in English.
I think minis are fine if your account size is like 250, right? But if you're trading like a 50K or a 100K, I would stick to like 5 to 10 micros max. And just let that build, you know? It's the way. All right. Peace, everyone. I will see you tomorrow. I'll go, because Friday's off, I'll do a public stream tomorrow as well. There's no reason not to. So I'll see everyone tomorrow instead of Friday. Peace.